Hello. Hi, Ortiz. Hey, Sketch. Hi, Edwin. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? How we doing? I feel like my camera's kind of... Whoa, that's too far the other way. Angles are weird. Looks like my... I don't know. I don't know. Ugh. Ugh. Something like that. Hey, GE. Hey, Edwin. I'm doing well, thank you. How about yourself? How about some mood lighting? What color do we want? Someone say a color. You're having some trouble with exit code 139 green. That's very green. Let's make it a bit like this. Yeah, pretty green. That's pretty green. Looks kind of blue on camera, but it is green. I'm doing well, thank you. How about yourself, Edwin? Oh god. No, no, that's not what I wanted. No. Oh my god, that's terrible. Now let's keep this, okay. How's decorating going? So everything aside from my desk is done. I do still need to cable manage, so I have very little space on my desk right now because my new desk is considerably smaller than my previous one, but I have like a bunch of cable management planned to give myself more space anyway, just I haven't had the chance to do that yet. Hello Chandra, how are you? And so what's triggering that exit code, Edwin? Let me switch to the stream theme. Alright, I remember yesterday we were dealing with the whole, state not stating. The state wasn't stating. And I also wanted to look at something about left or right. About the right handle specifically. What's non-null? Oh, because it's a pointer. Okay. Is Azareth unsafe? Oh, it is unsafe. Okay, interesting. Oh, I see how this works. Okay. Interesting. The benchmark runs reliably outside of your machine. Wait, so it's not works fine on my machine, it's works fine except on my machine? That's even worse. You've got the wallpapering, siliconing, and first coat of paint done. Oh, you're redecorating too. You got your new shelves to put up, new desk to build, also going with a smaller desk, and then cable managing, swapping out the plug sockets and light switch for new ones, new light to mount on the ceiling, and maybe new carpet to lay. Sounds like you got a lot of stuff to do. Is it just one room you're redecorating, or like the entire house? I need to drink something, I'm so thirsty. Why do you got a wallpaper if you're painting? And like, no offense, but why are you using wallpaper in 2025? You know what I mean? The old wallpaper was textured and full of holes, like intentionally or... What's lining paper? Oh, okay, so like, not like decorative holes, but like, you know, holes in the wall, okay. But why do you need wallpaper at all if you're gonna paint anyway? The walls are shit. I don't know. I prefer brick personally. Thick lining paper hides all the crap. So we're really going with this metaphor, huh? Alright, so I remember there was something about, some issue about the data being out of date or something. Let's see. Start Docker. Let's start the server. Let's start the client. Disabling validation speeds up the runs. There's probably something else going on there. Oh yeah, my brain got like auto-corrected for it, but yeah. Half the walls are drywall, half are brick, and the drywall panels are half plaster and patch and all kinds of mess. That sounds fun. Alright, so let's connect to this. Okay, so I'm being shown as offline for some reason, even though it's sending the user connected thing. And even if I do this, I'm still shown as offline. Which doesn't make any sense. We wanna be here. Hello, IHQ, how are you? An extension for PHP adding inline assembly support. Here's a good list of reasons to use this feature. The thought made me laugh, so eventually I gave it and just implemented it. Just-in-time assembly! Oh no. That is horrifying. But also fun. I don't know who this person is, but I like them. What's that again, IHQ? Whom are you being protected from? Hello, Phoenix, how are you? How about we put a breakpoint here? Maybe that will tell us a little bit more. Because I have no idea why this is the way that it is. And I'm very confused. Let me reconnect. Alright, here we go. So where's this? I don't want to be here. Continue. Here. State. Handle. No. T. Users. Which user am I? I am, 09090909 here. And the status is, okay. So something is clearly not working. I don't know what it is yet, but I know that something's not working. Hello, Lily. How are you? You are in a traditional pub in the outskirts of Vienna, and you just ate. So got our mushroom soup and Hungarian sausages. I hope you enjoyed. I don't know what those mushrooms are called in English. Hey, Grandma VP, you're so cute. It's my.js? No, JavaScript can't be the problem here. It is a Rust problem, unfortunately. And I don't really know why this wouldn't work yet. Because, I mean, we're calling, Here. We're calling this thing here. So... Nuno, thank you for the raid! You changed your name. How you doing? How was your stream? Hi Nuno! Hi Nuno's friends, it's good to see you! Thank you for the stretch! Hello, how you doing? I am debugging a Rust thing right now and working on a chat server, and I'm happy you're here. Just regular workday stuff. Workday regular stuff. I hope you had a good one. Thank you! It is good to see you, Nuno. I'm sorry, I just can't get over how cute Grumpy Pete is. I know I have him all day, but he's just so cute all day. His little fins. He's such a good fish. He's such a good fish. No, Sketch, that's not how that works. You gotta pick one. You know that. You know that. Okay, just in case, I will try calling publish here. I don't think that's the problem, but we're gonna try just in case. We're gonna try just in case. Grumpy Pete, okay. I'm gonna try to solve that bug for a little bit longer, and then Grumpy Pete gets his grumpy treat. Well, that's weird. That fixed it. That's concerning. Is that a bug in left right? I don't really understand how this works. Zenny Shaw, thank you for the raid. Double raid. Hello, thank you. How are you doing? Hi, raiders. What were you up to? Hello, Kenny. Hello, Spez. Hello, 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 hello. Thank you so much for the raid. How's the rest going? I'm very confused right now. I'm trying to solve a bug and I'm not yet sure whether it's my bug or a library bug, but I mean, it's Rust. It's fun. To those of you who are new here, hi, I'm Maya. I'm working on a chat server in Rust for fun. The project really just exists for me to have a chance to write some Rust again because Rust is so good. What were you up to, Zed? Ah, I'm itchy, 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 itchy. That's better. No, trust me, Phoenix, they're not depressed. during normal feeding time, they all get so many treats. You were doing a retro 80s kind of game, just a dungeon crawler for fun. Is there anything about that you would like to show off? That sounds really cool. What exactly does publish do anyway? Oh, where does it use absorb for? Nothing really to share. Alright. So, sounds cool nonetheless. I don't fully understand this. Thank you, Spez. Can I ask what depersonalization is? What's my opinion on C#? I think it's pretty cool. As long as you put the braces on the same line, I think it's a very nice programming language. I'm assuming that's not the answer to the depersonalization thing, Lily. Oh my goodness, a grumpy pigeon. It's so... I had no idea that fish yawn and it's so cute. You don't really know that much as therapist material, yeah, that's fair. I've just never heard the term before, so I was just kind of curious what it means. Epochs. I don't fully understand what's happening here, to be honest. So hold on, let me double check. When first initializing the state. Oh. No, it does get cloned. Okay, so this happens, and then we process the first event. We use... Why does publish work but flush doesn't? I don't get this. Okay, so when we first write an event to the writer, what does first mean? Write directly to the right handle map since no publish has happened. Does that mean... Hold on. What if I put a flush here and a... writer, reader, writer, publish. Why are you so unhappy? Huh? Why are you so unhappy? Oh, let's... mood. Okay, if I do this, will it work? You kind of just don't feel like Lily right now. Do you see more makeup than usual, or is it you that's been missing for a while? Both, I suppose. I guess I recently started putting on a bit more, mostly because, like... I mean, I said this yesterday, I think, but, like, if you were to see me in real life right now, you would think that I'm wearing way too much makeup. Like, it's, like, so easy to underestimate how much the camera just kind of deletes, you know? Like, you have to, like, go way over the top for it to even be visible on camera. It's kind of crazy. Okay, this works. Okay, so that was the issue. We need, like, one publish here to start things off. And then we can just flush. Okay. Right. Good. So that works. Honestly, Swift feels okay to write, but you would just write the code faster in Rust or C++. That makes sense, yeah. About the other thing, Lily, I don't really know exactly what that means, but I'm assuming it's not too pleasant, so I hope it goes away soon. Is there anything else in here that we can move out? It needs the logs for... Oh yeah, I wanted to look at one more thing. So basically, after the initial... I need to drink more. I'm thirsty. After the initial... extend happens. I gotta look at the API a bit more. I still don't fully understand this. Let's see, maybe we can read a bit more. When the writer wishes to expose new changes to the data structure, it flips the two copies so that subsequent reads go to the right side, and future writers go to the old read side. Mm-hmm. But so then why does append not immediately apply the changes to the current write copy? Last meeting at work today was you saying, since what I said 5 months ago happened, can I apply the fix we spent the last 3 months discussing? What you gonna fix? Ah yes, okay, this returns... Okay, that makes sense, yeah. And so where's absorb first actually called? Only in publish. I don't really understand that. Violet, my goodness. How's that? You like that? Hey Kenny, how are you? How's the project coming along? It's going pretty well, thank you for asking. Hello Redis, and how are you today? Also Kenny, thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a most wonderful day. I don't really understand this. I guess it's necessary for it to be log-free. The current, I guess like the write handle still might have some readers attached to it or something. But see, the documentation doesn't match what it does. This says, when a write occurs, the writer updates the other T for which there are no readers and also stores a copy of the change in the log, but that's not what it does. In general, you're fixing everything from tech debt to bad code, passing by some odd implementation because the client doesn't even know what the hell the web app should do. You're trying to create a shared library so the duplication of code and shitty queries can be refactored in a clean, separate, upgraded project that will be loaded inside of it. And so, what was the, what's like the bug? I'm doing well, Redis. The fishies, well, Grumpy Pete's about to get a treat, so he's very happy. BRB. I'm washing my hands, and then it's time for Grumpy to get a treat. Hey, Grumpy. Hey, Grumpy. You wanna come up here? You wanna come up here? Give me your beautiful. Give me your beautiful thing. There he is. There he is. Oh my. Give me your key. Come here. Come here. Oh yeah, you go start. Come here. You're so cute. You're so cute. You're so cute. You're such a cute little grumpy friend. That's not where the truth is. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Good fishy. Very good. Hello. Yeah, fishy. I still don't fully understand why it doesn't seem to do at least what the documentation is saying. Let me look at the repository. Maybe there's like some commit that changed this or something, because it does look like the code doesn't do what the documentation says. And there's a bug right now that's basically a deep research mask. I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. With like 20 filters that looks in a single table that has over 70 million records alone. But it also runs multiple subqueries that look up other info on those rows. If you use lax filters, the query is so big and optimized that it has joins for everything and takes over 2 minutes to run. Okay. So it's less of a bug and more just lack of optimization. So definitely a lot of things changed here, but and shitty code and tech debt, and like, basically you've known it was an issue for a while now, but no one wanted to allocate resources to fixing it, and it's become enough of a problem now that finally people are actually interested in fixing it. I am not too happy about this having to be here. But I don't think there's a better way of doing that. Because this has to happen after this runs. Very interesting. Because ideally this part we would do... Where is it? Well, here for instance we would do it here. The status change has a 2. But the problem is at this point in time the data wouldn't be updated yet. Hello, Spicy. I'm doing well, thank you. How about yourself? Wouldn't this apply to... No, this wouldn't matter. I don't think. Actually, hold on. I think, okay. Just to be sure, I'm gonna have a quick look through these and make sure that we didn't break anything with yesterday's refactor. Glad to hear it's spicy. How's your day been so far? Oh, Buttercup. Buttercup. Okay, so this one should be fine. This should also be fine. What does Clippy say right now? Nothing. Okay, that's nice. No warnings. You had some plans but didn't write any code. Now you will do it with your favorite streamer. And who's that? I'm sorry. What you gonna write? Your client has a database with data from the last 15 years that was done badly, and for two different web apps written in different languages, with old tables that nobody uses, multiple tables with similar names but different usages. You proposed to create the two databases span load balancer, but it was nuked as soon as you finished speaking. Oof. And so, why are people suddenly interested in fixing it now? Did someone important suddenly get annoyed with it being too slow? Thank you, Spicy. I love you too. Okay, this is also fine. This is fine. That's fine. Someone is the ministry that manages tax stuff in Italy. So they were the ones that complained. Hello, Eigen Tourist. How are you? This is also fine. Yeah, that's fine. I guess we could do from here, right? What if I do this? Oh, nice. That means we can just put that here, which is going to result in more lines of code overall, but we're just gonna deal with that. Silly formatter. You went and fetched all the mail just now from the post office. It seems like a trivial errand, but for you it's kinda not. How come? I also wanted to know whether I could get rid of the query macro, but first let me finish scrolling through this. This is fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Wait, this one's missing. Hold on, something's missing here. Did I accidentally move that into the state? User banned. No, I accidentally deleted that. Good thing I checked. Because there should be... Wait. Oh, this is group user band. Okay, never mind. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm looking at the wrong one. Where's user band? Here. Oh, I remember why I did that here. It's so they can't reconnect in like the... So there's not a race condition, basically. Yeah, I think that's fine. The whole code base is a dumpster fire. And you're basically only allowed to like do the minimum amount of refactoring absolutely necessary. Give me 1 second. Okay. So, can I ask where the negative association with the post office comes from? Only if you're like comfortable sharing though. Yes, I can! Good. But I'm looking forward to hearing the answer. That's fine. Buttercup. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You still have your mom's PO box. Oh, and so like you basically associate the post office with her passing, I'm assuming, in a way. So, just psychologically speaking, wouldn't it be better for you to open like a new PO box for that and kind of close that PO box? What do you think about that? You think that might be helpful? Because if it makes the whole thing be such a negative association for you, then it might be worth closing that, because like, you know, I imagine any mail that she gets now will just be like, you know, the equivalent of spam. Plus, I mean, you can always set up a forwarding address. It's not like you need to keep the PO box open just to receive mail there. Like you can always, like, I mean, I'm assuming you can, so like close the PO box, set up a just in case, like, if you think just in case is necessary, then you can set up a forwarding address for that old PO box and close it, and maybe get rid of that negative association if you can. Post offices are LTS, true. Okay, yeah, that's fine too. Okay, so this all looks good to me. What did I want to... Right, I wanted to see whether I could stop using that query macro by instead doing, SQLX query with... No. Is it deep self... DB... No. Where are these defined? No, it is query with. Why didn't I see that? There it is. And if I make this a tuple, will that work? No. SQLite arguments. And what if I was to just provide one of them? No. It would be impossible to get postal mail in the neighborhood where you live if the post office didn't exist. You moved out there in 1984, no one has ever put mailbox... Really? Wait, you don't have a mailbox? Wait, are you saying you don't get mail delivered at all? That's crazy. Well, but I don't count that as being delivered. Like... And you mentioned the US is a first world country, right? That's crazy to me you don't get your mail delivered. I don't think I've heard of that. At least not in a first world country. That's crazy. Well, so what actually implements this then? I'm just confused. Immutable arguments. How do I... SQLX query with. How do you use this? Like, what is this documentation? Huh? Args. Dude, there's no way you have to... There's no way you have to do... Why is it so dumb, though? That's horrible. How strange. Hello, fantastic. It's going pretty well. Getting to do lots of free factoring, which is very fun. How are you doing, fantastic? I just don't know why you would ever want to use this. This is completely useless. I don't know. I was hoping to be able to save a macro, but apparently not. I mean, there's also this macro. I don't remember why I didn't use that. Let me remember why I didn't use that macro. I know there was some reason for it, but I don't remember. Oh, I think that's what needed the weird end thing, right? Let's see whether we can get that to work. Right.
Sweet creatures, how they came to life, from the hunted beast to the battered wife, all the gals on in a pin.
You're currently trying to replicate a weird bug that a customer is experiencing with your product's self-serve SSO configuration feature. You built your SSO system in-house and it's an absolute bug-riddled mess. Oh no. What language is it built in?
I wish you well, I hope you travel far.
Argo SQLX prepare. Do I want to do this? I don't know. What does this actually do again? Statically checked SQL query with... Okay, interesting. Maybe later. Maybe later. The SSO is kind of handled across multiple services. Part of it is in your old legacy PHP monolith, and then part of it is in a Go service that handles onboarding large enterprise consumers. So PHP and Go, you guys, that sounds real fun. Sounds like a great time all around. Hey, Astrix, how are you? And I take it no one is willing to pay for a proper refactor. Fantastic. Pete. Alright, another thing I wanted to do was to refactor these here to ideally not be async, so we don't hold the read guard across await boundaries. The only one that could be a bit problematic with is this one here, because we need to wait for this. Yeah, the background changed, Agarwal. Everything you can see now is done. The only thing that's still missing is my desk and its cable management. So I currently have very little room on my desk just because the desk is smaller, but the cable management is not done. So like there's my computer right here, like taking up a bunch of space, and like once my computer is like, I have like a mount below the desk for the computer. So once that's off my desk and like the cables are no longer everywhere, I'll have a lot more space. But right now it's still a little bit messy. Hello, Unmarine, how are you? I wanted to know, there's a warning you get with, a Mutix guard if you hold it across at a waypoint. Is this like something you could apply to other things too, I wonder? Must not suspend. Interesting. What happens if I apply this to this one? It's an experimental feature. Okay, so it doesn't make it happy, huh? Has significant drop, what's that? Interesting. Am I allowed to use this then? Oh, that's still in the nursery. All good things are nightly. Yeah, sometimes it can feel like that. Thank you, Nelixus. I'm doing well, Anne-Marine. Thank you. How are you? Alright, so it doesn't look like I'll be able to do this using the compiler for now. However, what we can do I think I know how we're gonna do this. I think what we want to do with this is... How about we don't do any of this? Put the state reader here. I can't even make it a web data. Do I still use Bootstrap? No, I kind of just, I kicked it out because, like, all of these, like, pre-made UI frameworks, I feel like they're only useful if you have something in mind that you want to do, and the problem for me is I'm just not good at design, so, like, no component framework is going to make my design look good because I don't really know how to assemble them. Maybe eventually I'll think about it, maybe some designers are going to help me out, I don't know, but... I feel like the problem isn't like the pre-made components, the problem is the assembling them, you know? Hello Shamanic, how are you? Oh, I see. So we need this then. We don't need this. And how about we just put this in here, and you in here? Why are you unhappy? It's borrowed. Drop state. Now everything's happy. You've never seen me breathe? What? Pico CSS. Is that like a small CSS library? Or you're finally over the messy part of your refactor to an ECS and actually implementing the new systems properly now and seeing the performance benefits. Nice. That's cool. For which application is that? I'm doing well. Project's doing well too, I think. Thank you for asking. Ooh, for the game. Okay. Okay, I guess this checks explicitly for certain types and doesn't, So I guess this and this doesn't work yet. That's a bit of a shame. Pico CSS is pretty small and gives a nice standard design for HTML tags. Oh, okay. Hell on Wheels, I'm sorry I missed your follow. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. 5,000 issues, oh no. Am I allowed to stream on YouTube while streaming on Twitch? Yes, I am. They changed that a while ago. There are still some restrictions on it that make it pretty annoying, like the fact that you aren't allowed to, like, merge chats or anything like that, which would be pretty nice. But you are allowed to stream on multiple platforms. So they basically nerf it in subtle ways to make it annoying to do, but you are allowed to do it. So I think the best thing to do here would be to do with state I think that's how you write that. Right? Something like that? No. Oh, that's right. Wait, how do you write that? I haven't written any callback functions before in Rust, at least not since getting back into it. And chat merging means basically that you're not allowed to, like, say you display chat on stream, you're not allowed to display YouTube chat on stream. So you're not allowed to make it... Basically, you're not allowed to facilitate any communication between people in the two chats. A Rust function parameter. No, function as parameter, come on. Does it have to be din for this, or how does that work? Oh no, we just use impl, right? We do it like this, right? Yeah. Self-reader enter unwrap. Okay, and it's as simple as that. Yeah, like the only point, basically it's so they can virtue signal and be like, oh look, we're so cool, we're making it so people can stream on other platforms too, and then they like make it as annoying as possible so people don't actually do it. That's like the only point of it. Oh, we don't even need the read guard, right? I think we can remove this here entirely. Because instead of using the read guard, we just deal with state directly. this becomes state. This is also state. I don't know, I'm still not super happy with this. I'll rewrite it for now just to be a bit closer to the solution we want, but I don't like this. This is kind of annoying. Ideally, we could refactor this to... I don't know. Ideally, these wouldn't be async at all. Like, with them being async, there's like such a... I know I'm doing kind of like defensive programming, which is always a bit cringe, but like, I'm like, I don't... It's like so easy to accidentally hold this read guard for too long now. I really don't want to hold it across in a wait point. But I don't really know how to like enforce that. Are there any kinds of types that are like not allowed to be held across in a wait point? I don't think send or sync have anything to do with it. Daisy. Daisy. My Daisy. The problem is the messages thing. The messages thing is what's making it hard. Because this here, this await here, we can't really get rid of. I also don't think there's a good way to, like, as far as I know at least, returning futures from functions that are not async is always very annoying. Because, like, futures aren't, like, assignable to each other, so you have to, like, use boxed in or something. I think... Okay, so async Rust is definitely not nearly as convenient as, let's say, async TypeScript, but... as with pretty much everything in Rust, it is incredibly impressive how close it can get to how convenient things are in languages like TypeScript while being incredibly more efficient. So like, considering how much more efficiency it gives you, the trade-offs are impressively small. But yeah, I've done multi-threading in a bunch of languages. It's definitely one of the harder parts of Rust, but I do think it's well executed. I don't know how to solve this yet. I really want to make sure this gets dropped as soon as possible. And I also want to make it so there's only one per request. Is that even possible in this case? I mean, I guess this doesn't need the state at all, right? It's like every request needs a sync part. That uses the state. And then an async part to commit its changes. In most cases, the changes are just going to be events to send, but not everywhere. I wonder what the right way to represent that is. If we were to do this here, we would need to do self with stage I guess you would have to be able to return something from it, right? If you send me a link while I review your project, of course. You're a dork, you know that? I think you know that. I think you know that you're a dork. I think you're aware. Hello, Fluffy. It's going pretty well. Yeah, just trying to figure out how to structure a piece of code right now because basically making sure I don't hold what's equivalent to a lock for any longer than necessary, while also designing a certain interface in a ergonomic way. What's Revolt chat? And you're unhappy because... Oh yeah, this needs to be state. Oh, Discord alternative, okay. So ideally what would happen? Ideally what would happen is this. I don't yet know how to write it like that at all. But ideally what would happen is we would take out... Oh, there's no way that's gonna work out, Unmarine. I'll try, but you're gonna have to tell me when I say that word. Because there's no way I'm gonna notice. And no contractions don't count. So ideally, we would take out this read guard, do the auth, then do the sync part with the same read guard, then drop it, and then do the async part. Hello, Psyduck. How are you? How are you? How are you? My domain is better. I think so, at least. You're finishing your bachelor thesis finally. That is true, I did. I did. Here's your points back. I told you there's no way that's gonna work. It's just, what if those, like, you know, basic words, you just say them all the time without thinking them? What's your bachelor thesis about? But yeah, so basically for every method, we need a sync part that accesses the state, returns a value, and then that value is used by the async part. And ideally, it's not just two methods called underscore sync and underscore async, because that's fucking stupid and I'm not doing that. Wait, that's your thesis? Or that's what I'm doing, Psyduck? I ask because the thing I'm talking about is somewhat similar to gRPC, even though I don't use gRPC, so... just making sure. Alright, so, I don't know how to do this yet. I want to structure it that way, but I haven't come... I know in my head there is a good way to structure it, but I haven't come up with it yet. Oh, why did you choose that for your thesis? Have you used gRPC Web before, or what got you interested in that specifically? One of these days, you're really gonna have to sit down and learn Rust. But you don't have to. It is pretty cool. I'll say that. if I could use... It has significant drop thing. What if we can? I'm thinking something up. I'm not exactly sure how this is gonna work yet, but I'm thinking something up. I will look for the head grab pad soon. It's still in the other room, I think, because like most of my room is still in boxes. It'll help me think, for sure, for sure. Oh yeah, NTFS is so slow, it's crazy how slow it is. I'm not moving, no, so I have been remodeling this room. It should have been done a month ago. The problem is the furniture planner's fucked up a lot, and so things took much longer than they should have. But the part you can see, aside from putting stuff in, is done. Like the assembly is done. I still need to do the cable management on my desk and to put everything back into the room. Hello, Hip Hop Master. How are you? I'm not happy with any of the solutions I can come up with right now. But I know there is one. I know there is a good solution. I know there is one. I don't think Actix middleware can help us here, right? I don't think middleware can provide anything. Service. No, that doesn't help us. No, that doesn't help us at all. No, that doesn't help us. Yeah, but you know, I'm not too concerned with finishing it. I'm enjoying refactoring way too much to focus on finishing it. I don't know, refactoring is like the most fun thing. But yeah, I know what you mean. Gets to a point where I'm comfortable deploying it. I mean, we shouldn't have to do this here either. That doesn't make any sense. Oh no, that does make sense. Oops. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. There's so many solutions and none of them are nice. None of them are nice enough for me to be willing to type them. Oh, Stanley, refactoring is super fun. Getting to rewrite code so that it takes up fewer lines and is more efficient. I find refactoring the most fun part of coding. I love deleting dead code. I love, just, I don't know, deleting unworthy code and replacing it with better code. Refactoring is like the most fun thing. How you doing, Stanley? I hope you're doing well. I mean, if you look at your own code and think you were dumb when you wrote it, all it means that you are now smarter and you've learned a lot. What is code golf? I guess it would be a lot easier if this could be a borrowed value, and it probably can be. I think if we don't use this trait, if we don't use that trait, that could be a step in the right direction. Happy to hear it, Stanley. I take it you're a coder too? In fact, judging by your name, I take it you're a game developer. What kind of games do you make? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, we can take advantage of that, though. How about this? Let's start with this refactor. How about we no longer use this? We no longer do this here. And instead, we have this also take a an FN, an HTTP request that we map to a borrow of whatever it wants to return. I know I don't need to write this in a way that's so general, but the reason I'm doing that is I want to put as little of the actual code into the generator as possible. Wait, does it still need to get the handler? That's not great. No game, so far you're trying to do an engine. Just a hobby so you don't give it much time, but it's fun. What can the engine do? I don't think so, Agrawal. That sounds very unpleasant. I guess instead of doing this... No, we need to do this even differently. Right? Because this can't work either. How about this? How about this? We make another method here. We call it... So we remove this here. And instead we make a method called... What should we call it? Gets data? That's... Gets data is a very generic name. I want something better. Request data... I guess it's called request data. Probably end up renaming it later because that's a really stupid name. Okay, so anyway, it takes Should it return self? What should it return? What should it return? Does it need to be an associated type of the trades? I wonder whether it's gonna let me do this. So, how about... Let's see. have no idea whether that's going to work at all, but learning is going to occur. Self from request. It needs to take a HTTP request. You just noticed that Rust code is outputting other Rust code and that's breaking your brain a little. Yes, we're in the context of the build script, which is running at build time, and in this case, generating code using the prost build, like based on our protobuf files, basically. Okay, no idea whether this is gonna work. We're gonna try it out. This needs to be... I put this in the wrong place. What am I actually doing? Here, this goes here. You can get this, right? But you can get the request itself, I think, somehow. Can't you? It's a simple 3D engine. You're currently working on a Vulkan renderer. So far you used OpenGL. As features goes, it's just rendering, seeing command console, and texture material editor. That's really cool. What gave you the idea of making your own engine rather than using one? Let's see how broken this is. Quite. Can I see the generated build? How unhappy are you? How unhappy are you? Let's see what happens if I rerun this. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, right, so then that has to, Okay, no. We do need this instead to be... Oh, this is so confusing. Okay. We can figure this out. We do need a function here, so we don't have to duplicate it as much. HTTP. We map from a request to self. I have no idea whether this is gonna work, by the way. I have no idea whether any of this is gonna work, but we'll figure it out together. Does, hold on. Actix Web. Does HTTP request exist here? It does. Okay, good. So in theory, this should work. In theory. And this needs to be... there. In theory. In theory. And you're very unhappy. I think I've created some invalid Rust code. That's fun. That's very readable. Oof, indeed. Let's see whether we can see it in here, what the invalid Rust code is. What if I copy this into here? What is it unhappy about? Wait, why doesn't that work? Oh, the FN is missing. The FN is missing. Oopsie. Okay, so we need to make a function here to generate this for us instead of using the trait. So we get rid of you. And we want a function that I don't know whether I'll be allowed to pass this into all of them. I don't really know how this works. Oh, it needs the payload too. Surely I can get that from the request though. Hey Kyo, how are you? I'm sorry you gotta deal with that, Lily. That sounds really annoying. And I guess we want to return a result here, right? Let's try that. Return a Actix web result. And then put a question mark here. No idea whether that's gonna work. Of request handler. And now well, we'll see. We just return this directly. Today was a productive day because you got to solve design challenges for a client. Just need to share it with him and see if there's any feedback. Anything you can share with him here, or is it like secret NDA stuff? So I think we can extract the payload from the request somehow. But that's, That sucks. Because from request is async, right? So I guess we need to... Can I not just do reg.payload or something? Take payload! There is so no way that's gonna work. None of this is going to work. Why are you so unhappy? This? Mismatch type, why? You like the new padding background? Thank you, I'm glad. I need to drink something. My throat is a little unhappy. You learned coding because you wanted to know how games work, and you would love to make some. Using existing engines doesn't work for you because it's a bunch of black boxes to you, and you find creating your own engine much more fun than learning some existing one. You could use it, but it's boring to you. I mean, hey, if your objective is having fun with it, then, you know, there's no wrong way of doing it. Does responder do anything for me here? I don't think so, because I'm not trying to create a response here. The furniture itself, aside from my desk, is finished. I just need to like put stuff into it again. Hey Vanadium, how are you? Why is that payload none? So confused. I'm just gonna ignore this part for now. I'm just gonna ignore this for now and see whether this can even work at all. You're unhappy because... No, this needs to go here. Can I then give this function to you as well, or is that going to make you unhappy? Okay. I have zero confidence that this is going to work, by the way. Okay, I'm going to keep... I'm gonna go back to the... to this thing here, just so I can have just so I don't have as many errors and can see whether this has any chance of working. It does look good, thank you. I should start my project with the frontend, but the whole project is about writing Rust. That's the whole point. Will this be open source? Eventually, I think so, yes. But for now, I'm just kind of like working on it until I, run out of things to do on my own. And then we'll deploy it, and then we'll see what comes next. Like, the point of the project is really just for me to get a chance to write some Rust again, because I've really missed Rust. So, that's like the main reason why I'm doing this. So we undo the changes done here as well. And here as well. Just to keep it a bit simple for now. Let's bring back the state read guard for now too. Just to see whether this has any chance of working at all. Is this a setup for a joke, or what's due? Hello, why can't you import it? What's your problem? Okay, now, do this. And see whether this has a chance of working. Okay, it's definitely unhappy. This one's easy enough to fix. Can you do where self-sized? Can you do that here? You can, and it makes things a lot more happy. How's the project going so far? It's going pretty well, thank you for asking. I haven't made much progress, so to speak, recently in that I haven't written many new features, mostly because I've been on a refactoring binge, just kinda, improving performance and just generally structuring the code better. Hello, Signal, how are you? But I'm having a lot of fun, so the project is fulfilling its purpose. Wait, but that returns to the future. Oh! I see, that returns to future. Well, thank you for the follow, how are you? Oh, so we're still... Oh, this returns... Oh, I see. So this is not a problem. This future here is not a problem. Wait, does the same apply to payload? Does this need a future too, or no? It does not. Wait, how the hell is this supposed to work? Where do I get the payload from? Actix web get request. Can I use this as a... What is HTTP message? Okay. Funny how addictive refactoring can get, and yet from the outside it's really hard to show you're working as to a non-developer. I guess that's why... Oh, is that... Hold on, is that a mosquito? If it is a mosquito, it's getting killed with prejudice. 1 second. I will also use this opportunity to finally get the head crab head. Okay, it is not a mosquito, it is a fly. I failed to murder it. That's okay. Fine. I will get the head crab head. Head crab head has been acquired. If Hello. Hey Waluhu, how are you? Feeling out the happiness of the Rust compiler like it's a toddler throwing a tantrum? I don't know, except in this case the toddler is helping you all the time. It's a good toddler. Okay, I'm gonna try something else. I'm going to comment this out entirely and just return an error. Just to make this... Okay, let's see how many errors we have to deal with now. The trait bound... Okay, I figured. Can I instead get the actual HTTP request? Probably not, right? I can. Well, that's interesting. What is Rust's maximum recursion depth? I have no idea. Probably whatever the default for LLVM is. Hey Typical, how are you? Can we do plus static here? Oh my god, I guess not. Oh, whoops, I put that in the wrong place. What about this? Ah yes, borrowed value does... Wait, that's the same error as before. Background looks nice, thank you. Yeah, head crab. Can I see these errors if I go to this file now? You want orange? You get orange. I need my phone for that. This remote cannot do orange. Bluetooth turned on? It is not, but it is now. about now? Hello, I would like to control my LEDs, please. There we go. And we want orange. What's orange? That's pretty orange. That's a nice orange. Yeah, I like that. Will there be a redeem for the light pattern? What do you mean by pattern? Instead of static something else, if it's not too annoying, then you can just put it in background color and I'll see what I can do. Like, I don't want, like, neon flashing or something, but if it's, like, you know, some gentle thing that I can make work, then sure. Within limits you can, yeah, typical. Within limits you can. The limits being anything that's not annoying, really. The errors show up here, no. Lana Lux, thank you for the raid! Hello, how are you? How was your stream? Hey, Owner King, hey, Pandar, hello! Thank you so much for the raid, how are you doing? Hi, raiders. Hello, Scott5. Caffeinated Minds, thank you for the follow. It was good you did some character work. Is there anything you want to show off? Thank you for the follow, Lana. I am currently writing I'm generating some Rust code using Rust, and the product being a chat server, but I'm lost in the weeds, optimizing stuff. But that's why we write Rust, because optimizing is fun. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Thank you again for the raid, Lana. And I hope you had a wonderful stream. Which you already answered, but, you know. Still. What we're currently trying to do is to give you a little bit of context. We are using left-right, which is a crate to manage concurrent state without needing to take logs by basically using two maps and switching between them. And the issue is that ideally the readers hold on to their to the state as briefly as possible, so the writer isn't blocked by the read being held, basically. And I'm trying to structure the code in a way that makes it easily possible to do that and, you know, prevents mistakes. And so I'm just kind of feeling out what the Rust compiler is letting me do. And right now it's complaining that Funk does not live long enough, which is kind of strange because it has a static lifetime. I don't know how much longer it would have to live. Why is this a Boro, anyway? Wait, does this just have to be an async move? Is that literally all it is? Could it be so simple? Wait, why does it have to be clone? But why does it have to be clone? No one asked you to clone it, I asked you to move it. Oh. Because of the... Okay, so it's like some trade magic going on. I don't know. Is a cloner clonable? I have no idea. Let's find out. Async closure does not implement... Whatever that means. It has nothing to do with me removing static here, right? No. But you're not telling me what state it captures. Because I'm using move, so it shouldn't capture anything. Ugh. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with this. This is weird. This is confusing. This is very confusing. Hello HTML decoder, how are you? I am currently working on a chat server in Rust, and I am trying to figure out a way to use the state as efficiently as possible, as in to hold what's effectively a lock on it as briefly as possible. Because every incoming request, of course, needs to access the state to determine whether the action it wants to perform can be performed. But because it's somewhat costly to hold that log, it's not really a log, but I'm simplifying here. I want to write the code in a way that makes it easy to, you know, structure the actual handlers. But so far, the things I've attempted have not been working too well. Hello, Paratroid, how are you doing? Enough head grab hat for now. So I guess passing in a function is not what it wants us to do, to say the least. It is not necessarily a database, so the state in this case is something that is fully in memory, and we're actually keeping 2 copies of it in memory so that we don't need to use any kind of like mutex to access it, but we're just basically 1 copy is being read from and 1 copy is being written to, and periodically the 2 are switched out, so the writer can bring the other copy back up to date. And readers keep using atomics, what are effectively locks preventing the writer from switching the two copies around. And so to make the writer have to wait as little as possible, I'm working on finding a way to make it easy for the handlers to hold that lock for as briefly as possible. So I guess I'm not allowed to pass in a function like that. That's annoying though. I don't really understand the whole capture state from its environment. Let me Google that. I guess it has to capture the function to actually clone it. I guess I do kind of understand what it's saying. So what else can we even do then? Can we... I guess it could be, should it just be a method on... No, that wouldn't make sense either. Right? Thinking... It could be another trait that we implement on it. Would that help? I don't know. Probably not. I'm gonna try something. Just for the sake of argument. Just for the sake of argument. This is basically like what I had before. We might not even need this now. We'll see though. rec is actix web http request. If I could type, that would be very helpful. Let's see whether something like this could even work. Meta-functional programming, I'm not sure it's very functional. It definitely is meta though. And so this then becomes self from request rec, right? And it needs to return a result too. Hello, Dumby. How are you? So we no longer need the function here. Can this work? Does it have any chance of... Whoa. Something is clearly unhappy. Something is still very unhappy. It is no longer so unhappy. Hello, Arga. How are you? How come the service generator struct contains no data? Because it only exists to implement a function on it. Like, the struct only exists because this is a trait. To be honest, I don't even know why it's a trait, but because it is a trait, we basically need to make a dummy struct for it. You finally got a mouse for your laptop. Which mouse did you get? So we no longer need these here. But yeah, what I'm doing right now is kind of like objectively pretty crazy, but... But I really just... Sometimes I just go down some rabbit holes because I want to see whether it can even work, you know what I mean? Oh, this needs to be just a semicolon, so it actually has to be implemented, right? Yeah, okay. Now, let's see. If we implement this here... And then we just have, like, this function here... Say create request handler. Why is there string literal Rust code in my Rust code? Because I'm insane. I'm not building a source generator. I'm basically just okay, so I use protobuf, and you know protobuf has like service declarations primarily intended for gRPC, but you don't have to use them with gRPC. I don't use gRPC because gRPC doesn't work well in the browser, and so I'm using like my own HTTP implementation of it, and this code generator is basically translating from protobuf services to HTTP endpoints. I guess we can even just do... We can even just put that here. There. And this needs to be an actix web result. There, now we implement that for each of them, and we just do No, I totally get you. Like, what I'm doing here is crazy and confusing, but I just really want to know whether it could work. And there, we'll just put that into all of them. There's definitely ways to improve the structure of that, but... Okay, it seems like in theory it can work. In theory it can work. Did I come up with the name for the app yet? I did, but it's a secret. I'll tell you soon, though. Now, let's see whether this can work at all. Where do I get the payload from? So it doesn't want to do this. I don't know why this returns payload none. That makes no sense. How do you normally get the payload? What does this do? Payload. That's not helpful. Is it named after one of my fishies? You know, I considered that, but I didn't find any good TLDs open for it. Sorry, serializing what rhythm? Arga, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. So this just returns payload none, which is just strange. So I guess the only way of getting the payload is consuming the extractor then, huh? Rails world. I think that's the very last thing in the world I care about. Well, the problem here is that the HTTP bearer auth implement. Basically, this function here wants me to give it the payload. Like, it's not a problem of, like, you know. It's not a programming problem, it's a library problem, you know what I mean? Yeah, but what do I care about Rails, you know? Like, who cares about Rails? Just let it die already, is what I say. Yeah, derail it, exactly, derail it. Still don't get why this just returns none. I guess you have to use the extractor then. That's so weird. Actix is weird. Yeah, I guess you have to do this. Kind of unfortunate, but what can you do? Oh, what can you do? Okay, but so how does this actually help us? So we can do all of that, but... I think that kind of just makes it harder. I think instead what we should do is, okay, I'm just gonna undo this for now. Just undo all of this, because I don't think anything of what I did is good. I think I will just undo all of it for now. Is this back to where things were less crazy? Something like this. I think this is what I want back. Here. We remove this, and this, and this, and we're in a less broken state now, I think. And so we want to return... Basically, ideally, we don't do the auth in here. Do I really stream every day now? Pretty much. I tend to take one day of the weekend off because I go to see family then. Not every day, but like most days of the week, yeah. I mean, streaming is like my favorite thing to do, so of course. How you doing, Strongly Tugged? Okay, I'm gonna be right back. See you in a moment. Hello. You have a 6-character first name and the last 2 digits of your name are valid TLD. Nice. Grumpy.fish is taken. What is Grumpy.fish? Grumpy.fish. Nothing. It's just blank. What is Gam? Should have just been like a giant image of Grumpy Pete. How you doing, Lily? You miss Grumpy Pete? Grumpy Pete is so cute. Hi, Grumpy Pete. I love him so much. Such a good little fishy. So, I need to look into future types. Okay, so this isn't ideal. This isn't ideal by any means, but I want to try it. I want to try it and see whether it leads us to a good solution. I think what would work is if we... No, that wouldn't work. How much does streaming cost me a month in terms of makeup since I have to put on so much more? I don't think it's a relevant amount. Raz Wonders, thank you for the follow. How are you today? Become a VTuber? VTubers don't need makeup or clothes. It's tempting. Just have AI capture me how I look like now, and then have just myself be my VTuber model, except I don't have to put on any makeup. That would be convenient. Not deep fake, but deep real. True. A tiny box of moisturizer that was $25. I mean, I feel like with beauty products especially, it's really important to not buy the brand stuff. Like, the brand stuff just isn't better, like, in most cases at least. Like, there's no, no, like, secret recipes or anything like that. It's just I don't know, moisturize a bunch and put on makeup and I don't know. Like it's work to do it, of course, but like the actual products are no like, you know, super scientific research or anything like that. It's kind of just skincare, hair care, makeup, nails if you can't be bothered. Like the whole, like all of the like products and influencers like push and all like they're just overpriced and the same thing as like the, you know, stuff you can get in any store. I'm really trying to come up with a way of writing this that doesn't involve putting absolutely everything into the generated code, because I don't want to do that. You just bought an $80 leather wallet. Oh goodness. Okay, I'm just gonna do it for now. I'm just gonna put it into the generated code. I'm not happy with it, but I just want something that works. I will put it here for now and then figure out a better way of writing it, because I feel like I've been stuck on this for way too long and I kind of just want something that works. I mean, to be completely honest with you, I don't really understand why people buy watches in 2025 at all. You have a phone, it shows the time to you. What do you need a watch for? Does RUST allow go-tos? I don't know. Never found myself in need of one. Apparently this will last you a lifetime. Well, either it's really well manufactured or it's gonna kill you. Okay, so what we really want to do here is, so we also want to go back to this thing here. Basically how it was before today. Here, we want to go back to this. The phone for women has become just as important as their handbag? What do you mean? I mean, even especially smartwatches I don't get. Okay, so we need to change the straight a little bit to... So we basically don't have the reader here at all. So we wanted like this, basically. But that still doesn't work. I still haven't come up with a good idea to split up the sync and the async parts. That's what it ultimately comes down to. I guess I don't really relate because I personally don't really use my phone for anything. I like use my phone in bed and to call people, and that's it. Strongly typed? What? Don't be weird. Well, that's the fault of the phones, though, not of the pants, Lily. I still don't get why phones have to be so stupidly massive. I just want a small phone, dude. I just want a small phone. I don't know why phones have to be so stupidly massive. Oh, okay, give me 1 second. Hello. Yeah, like, why can't there at least be one? I get that there's not a lot of a market for it because all the Zoomers are just on their phones, like, 24/7. But I'm like, give me like at least one phone, one that is small. Why can't there be a single one on the market? So crazy to me. So they kind of then have to return a... Okay, let's see how annoying this would be. If we made these non-async... and it would return... Dude, I still use the 4A. It's slightly too big for me, but I still use it because it was, the last phone that wasn't comically oversized. Well, to be fair, Eigentourist, being smaller than Max is not that much of an achievement. I would like something like a 5.5-inch phone. I think that would be perfect. Oh yeah, I also don't get like the whole making phones super thin. Like, what's the advantage of a phone being thin? I don't get why we need to do that. It just makes them less comfortable to use. There's no point to it. Okay, so in theory, we could do boxed in future output this, right? In theory, that would work. I'm not saying it's good, I'm not saying it's what we want to stick with, but I just wanna move. Okay, so, and you now receive... Would this work in theory if I put like a box, new, async, this thing here? Would that work in theory? And I guess this would have to return another result, right? I'm not happy with this one, but I don't really know how to split up the sync and the async code otherwise. What the hell is no fat cheese? Isn't that like an oxymoron? What OSS projects do I work on? For my job, like a couple of months ago, the company I do like job work for decided to open source all of their projects, so I work on those projects quite a bit still. We were lied to about the fats for decades. All this time it was the sugar. I mean, it's both, isn't it? Am I telling you I don't want the brand new iPhone 20 XL Pro, Ultra Max Pro Max, Ultra XL, Ultra Thin 1 hour battery life Pro? Yes, I am. Look, I can cut a tomato with the edge of my phone. The thing is, I feel like phones are already so big, I just can't use a case because it just makes it even bigger. Oh, so this needs to be another okay, right? Or do I just do like this? Okay. Lifetime may not live long enough. Of what? I need to be here. Ah, yes, okay. So for this, we need to capture... Or let's do let events, self events. Clone. Okay, now you're unhappy because it needs to be move. Okay, and in theory it would be okay with that. In theory it would be okay with that. Hello, Ortabari, how are you? So before I go down this path further, can any of you think of a better way than this to split up these sync and async parts of a handler like this? Any OSS projects you might know? I mean, Gumroad is probably the biggest, which is like an e-commerce thing. Why am I splitting them in the first place? Because I basically want to ensure that the state read guard is held as briefly as possible. And so, you know, this await here is going to be the longest part of the request, and so I want to drop the read guard by this point. And ideally, I don't want to have to account for that in every handler. Looks fine, you suppose? I mean, it probably works. But it's just kind of horrible, isn't it? Like, I mean, look at this. That's never a good sign. I mean, I guess you could just use a type alias for it, but still. My brain is still not happy with this. My brain wants to come up with something better than this. You're learning JavaScript and you're doing some if statements that involve math and you hate math. Wait, so why are you doing math if you hate it? You don't have to do math to do programming. I would say just skip the math part if you hate it. And there's no way to do this without boxed in, right? The hell is a glue programmer? Because like all futures have like oh, I don't like this. I mean, I guess you could use like an associated type to... I mean, I guess this future doesn't have a type, right? I mean, it might have to be pinned. We still have so many compiler errors that like the advanced borrow checker checks aren't even like, you know, applying yet. So it's entirely possible this would throw more errors. Hey Apex, what are we building? We are building a chat server, and specifically we are restructuring the code a bit to make it easier to hold the read log onto the state as briefly as possible. How you doing, Apex? Sounds like a journey. It definitely is, but we're learning a lot about Rust, so it's definitely worth it. Wonder. Does it really have to be din? I guess using din isn't the end of the world, but... What is a GAT? Oh, like an associated type? Well, so what is actually the type of this? Like, what if I do this? What would be like the count async block? So it's like completely impossible to just return an async block. Like you cannot do that. I'm taking. Why are these all gray? Why can't I click them? But does that work since it's a trait, Lily? I would use impl, but does that work in a trait? I guess I can't really look for trait impl because then I would just get this kind of impl. Okay, it's happy here, but it says it has an incompatible type for trait, which makes sense, and I don't think you can use impl when implementing a trait. Like, how would that even work? I think that would just completely break traits if you could do that in a trait. Oops. Oh, what's this? Dude, Rust is so crazy. Like just look at this And think about the amount of work. Think about the implications of the amount of work the Rust compiler has to do to figure this out. That is insane that that works. The Rust compiler has to be the most impressive thing of programming in the world. Hello, I like to moo-moo. How are you? So I can literally just put impl here, and that works. Oh my god, that's crazy. I mean, sure, it takes a while to compile, but I mean, how often are you compiling anyway? I feel like it's just, that's just a super worth trade-off, honestly. Can I do this with my capture macro? Probably not, right? Yeah, it has been kind of quick, right? I don't know, like, the Rust compiler is just so good, honestly. It is crazy good. Okay, so now that that works in theory, how do we then want to structure our code? I guess we can even give it the request handler. We can even have that be an owned value, I think. Can we? No, I don't think we can. No, we can't. No, we can. So if I make this self, then we don't need to clone. We don't need to clone then. And that's fine because it no longer holds. I mean, it can hold this. It can hold the state reader. It can do this, but we don't do the auth here. We don't do this. We put in the reader too. And then the easiest way would be to... How does the config thing work? How do you configure it? Oh, you put it into app data. That's interesting. Can you configure bearer auth? Actix web HTTP auth. How far am I with the project? It's fully functional. Like you can send messages, you can add friends, you can create groups, you can add channels to groups, you can kick, ban, make moderators. It's a chat app. I've just been doing a lot of refactoring to bring the project a bit closer to, I don't want to say production readiness, but just to clean it up a little bit. And yet no deployment. It is true. It is true. Oh, there is a config. Yeah, it's gonna be an actual deployed thing, yeah. And Lily's gonna figure out a lot of the Nix configuration to make that happen. So wait, does that mean that already gets deserialized to like a JWT then? Because I don't understand how the scope thing is supposed to work. What does it actually do? Into scheme. Okay. But where does it use the actual config? Like, what does it do with that? Except nothing at all, apparently. Huh? Of course, everyone's a moderator. That's gonna work out real well. There's nothing that can go wrong there. Oh, that's returned to the... I see. I see. This is return... Oh, this is returned. Okay, so that's the only thing that exists for. So that's completely useless to me. Okay. That's completely useless to me. Okay. Okay, I see. Oh, Hester's amazing. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to provision a few V servers from Hitzner, which are super cheap. That's gonna be like $10 a month or something. And then Lily's gonna come up with like the NixOS config, and then it's literally just going to be the same config running on all of them. Okay, so remove this from here for now. Remove this from here too. We can... Hmm. 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 Apparently, like, according to Lily, apparently Hetzner has a load balancer built in, which is really cool. Further proving how cool Hetzner is. Okay. Let's just put it into the generated code for now and improve it later. We no longer should need this. Instead, we put... I put a lot of code here that I didn't want to put here, but I'm just going to do it for now. We're going to do... web data create do I do do state reader here and state. We need the state reader, we need the logs, and we need the events. Aw, thank you, Dumby. I appreciate you too. I hope you sleep well. It looks like they raised their prices just a bit. I mean, they do have to, you know, keep up with inflation a little bit, so at least last I checked, the prices were still pretty fair. So basically, you're then getting those two. And you're also getting states. Okay, definitely don't want to keep it like this because I find it really bad to put so much app-specific code into the generated code here, but I just wanna see whether this can work at all. So this one has to be let's state equal reader enter unwrap. And then it needs to call auth. And then you get the user too. And ideally this app-specific code could be encapsulated in some kind of like trait-specific method or something, but I'll figure that out if and when it works. And then you also need to take the bearer auth. Let's still use basic auth. Oh, that's for login, okay. Oh, which app, Mumu? I would love to know about your app. And so this is state and auth, right? Or no, auth token, right? Yeah. Okay, then the handler is called with state user logs events and the message. Oh boy. Oh, I don't know what that is, Mumu. Would you mind telling me? So let's see whether this can work at all. So we no longer need this here at all. In fact, you're just an empty struct now. Both football. Mostly web for now, just because it's easiest to start with, like, you know, a browser application that you just host locally, but I will eventually make a desktop app for it too. Hey Toms, how are you? How about I do this? Or remove this and let it re-added. Football player, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Yeah, with Tori probably. Yes, we're planning to deploy this to sir. Correct. And so this then needs to be okay, async, events, and user ID. Async move. Alright. Togs, you know, if you troll there, you're gonna get banned there, just like you get banned here. Well, we can add logging later. Eventually. Surely. Alright, so I think this idea has potential. I'm gonna do a quick branch checkout just to, or commit, I guess, or something. Just to be able to revert more easily. So this is just gonna take the state and the user, right? Yeah. State. And user ID. Basically a platform to test candidates, coding skills, language skills, etc. It's most likely gonna get new users, but you've spent too much time on it to stop. How good would you say those original platforms are? Because it sounds like something that, like, you know, usually any kind of, like, automating interviewing is, like, terrible. So this becomes user ID. Then this needs the state too. And the user ID. This is just events. Okay, that's good. Okay, so this one's no longer async. You take pretty much the same thing here. State user ID. Okay. So I do think this is gonna work. The method signatures are pretty horrible right now, so I kind of wanna fix that eventually, but it does look like it's going to work. And as weird as it looks, it is going to make the reed guards live much less long. Alright, let's finish up this refactor and then... see whether we can improve that state user ID. Same thing here, user ID. I'm not going to use it for this product, but this type of refactor is in theory what AI can be really helpful with. Like repetitive refactoring like this, it's super good at. The other platforms are pretty good, but there aren't many. But how do they test coding skills? Like, is it like lead code garbage, or how does it work? Let's see, can we maybe have like some... I at least want to have like okay, I'm just gonna make a struct right now. Let's do... Let's call it request state. There. Actually, that's not gonna work again because it's, No, this might work because they're both the same lifetime. Well, but yeah, but lead code is garbage, you know, like, filtering candidates by lead code gets you bad candidates. I know it's not your fault that companies do that, but like, I'm just saying, like, any companies that do that are... deserve what they're getting, let's put it that way. I think this should work. And it'll be a bit less, a little less annoying to deal with all these parameters. This needs to be a pub struct. What do you mean? Where's the... Is it broken? It is, but not the way. Why is it? Oh! Oh, of course. Oh, of course. You don't appreciate being threatened with a ban on a platform that isn't even live yet, then don't threaten with trolling on a platform that isn't even live yet. If you don't troll, you don't get banned, simple as that. Is spam really trolling? Yeah, I would say so. Isn't that like a different class of abuse? No, a different class of abuse is what happens to you when you troll. You mean missing lifetime specifier? Why? You're about to troll? For your sake, I hope not. Okay, this is still super ugly, but... What do you mean no field state? Oh, no. Request state. You deep cleaned your room today. I guess that's the thing people do sometimes. Okay, so this one no longer has errors, that's good. You now also get the request state. Hello, blossoming petals, how are you? Self-driving vacuum cleaner. I don't know why, but that made me think of the weird vacuum cleaner of the Teletubbies. Do you remember the Teletubbies? But what a crazy show that was. That shit was horrifying, kinda, yeah. Alright, and here we actually want to do let groups equal this. This becomes rec state. And then here we just put the groups, we just do async move. Okay. This thing. And we're done. Good. And this here's like the whole point, to do like the state-specific calculations ahead of time, and then... and only then do the async stuff. Yeah, the vacuum nunu, yeah. Did I know those? Wait, are they 8 feet tall? That's some SCP shit. Your heart just skipped a beat when I said SCP. Why? Given that this is Lily I'm talking to, I feel inclined to ask which SCP do you think is hottest? Hello, Siley, how are you? What happened to the furniture? I changed it. Finally, it took way too long. Which one's 953? Wait, it's just a fox girl. Mind-altering properties, okay. It's literally Ari from League. Why is Ari an SCP? Just do this here, right? Wait! Can I just do this, even? Can I just do this? Oh my god, that's so much simpler! Maybe I can do this. Can I do this? No. I can't. Why not? What do you mean borrowed? It's not borrowed. I'll keep it like this for now because I want to see what the. Hold on, let me see. What does the actual compiler have to say to this? In groups. Blah 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 blah. Oh my god. Let me fix this. Expected user found option user. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Okay, or Actix web error. Oh, where's an error unauthorized? There, how about this? Can I just do this? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Am I allowed to do that? Okay, it's a lot less unhappy now. I mean, it's still pretty unhappy, but it's not as unhappy at least. How many gifts is... I don't want to. It doesn't matter how many subs you gift, I don't want to. I don't know. 5,000 for one day. No, I'll do one day for... I'll do one day for 1,000. I'll be mild. Your game blog AI generator. I don't even know what that is, so I'm down for you showing me. If you gift 365,000 subs, then sure, I'll do it for a year. Sure. If it's worth that to you, then sure. It takes git commits and turns it into a blog with a huge prompt about the game's lore. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get something to drink and then I'll look at that. Hello. Hi, Kay. How are you? Alright, so let me see what you posted, Tower. It takes git commits and turns it into a blog with a huge prompt. Okay. Sorry, where does it take git commits from? I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Wait, so it basically sums up the commit messages and... Not just the messages, right? I'm doing well, thank you, Kay. I don't know whether I said that already. How's your Tuesday been so far? It sums the diff with the message. So it basically takes the entire code. So it creates a story from the code, or... Okay, so I wanted to see what the reason for this error is. It's in channels. No, it's in groups. Here. But why is that a borrowed? That's not a borrowed, that's a known value. Oh, I guess it's borrowed to here. Oh, that makes sense. So yeah, I think this has to be an async closure to work. Yeah, I don't think there's another way of doing this, because this returns a future, and... Yeah, okay, so this has to be async move. And now it's happy, okay. You finally got back your Twitch account after being logged out of it for years. What happened? It's Grumpy Pete. He's so cute. Little Grumpy Pete. Oh my goodness, there he is. Hello, Grumpy. Hello, you're so sweet. Oh, I love goldfish so much. I love goldfish so much. I love them just so much. Ooh, we'll feed the feed in just a moment. Thank you, Spicy. Oh, you lost the app? You were unable to receive SMS. So how did you get it fixed? So this is rec. This needs to be no longer async. This needs to have this. Okay, this is just this. And then this is another async thingy. Async move here. Rec user ID. Just copy the entire signature here. That's easiest. I'm working on the chat server a bit more and making it so the state read log is hold as briefly as possible. So we put this here, we put this here. 'Cause all of these really have the same method signature. Remove the asyncs. But so how did you fix the issues you were having, Kay? This is rank, this is... Oh, what? Input. Oops. That is input 2. There. That's less confusing. Select user ID. And then the same thing here, just move this event in here. Wait, did I accidentally overwrite something? I shouldn't. I think so. This should be, what should this be? This should be, where is it? Edit group rec. In 5 seconds, what did I think of the site? I think I'm still kind of confused by what it is, to be honest. I don't really understand what you're using AI to do here, so... Maybe if you could explain it a little more. Or that, yeah. That would also work. Okay, let's give Pete a treat, you're right. It's time. It's time. I'm just gonna wash my hands and then he gets his treat. I'm so excited already. What little Pete? Guess what, my little Pete? Time to be the fishy. Good fish. Lets me lift him right out of the water, but I only do it for a second. Yeah. Yeah. I never wanted to be uncomfortable for him. He's such a good fish. Such a good fish for letting me do, but I would never find the sugar. Yeah. Fishy. Grumpy. What a good. What a good. Hello. I'm so glad I discovered goldfish. It's crazy to think now that not that long ago I had no idea how amazing they were. I mean, I feel like I have more than one thing. Goldfish are definitely one of my things, but I feel like I have more than one. I feel like it would be a shame to have just one thing. Alright, so let's go through all of these and then let's see how unhappy the borrow checker is with all of this. But I do think this should work. They have a thing that they show to the world more than any other. I guess aside from like the primary like job thing, I would assume. Because for Steve Jobs it was like more Apple than turtlenecks, right? And for me I feel like it's more coding than goldfish. But I suppose you're talking about like the eccentric thing. Alright, that makes a lot of sense, yeah. I don't know how that happened. Anyway. Rec, input, and another copy paste here. And it's happy. Okay, and these two have much fewer. So that's most of them done. Okay, and here's where we actually need the logs. But I don't think that should be an issue with how we've written it now. Yeah, that's fine. So this does need the logs. So you need a rec state. This is rec user ID. And here we can just use... Okay, and this here is what needs to happen in... Right, so this one needs to be... That's fine. So we create the new ID here. We move this down here. And what are we doing here? We're sending conversation open to them. But this can just be a... I mean, this can just be a big filter map, right? I think we do let events equal Should this just be an option? Probably. Match conversation. Return none here, and here we return some. Put this one in here. Call this conversation event. This is once again rec state. So the whole thing is one giant filter map. I can just use the question mark here. And then this is also a here we can just do return none, and then here we do some. And that should be all we need. We probably need to... Yeah, we definitely need to collect that to a VEC, I think. I think let's do it like that. Let's just return an empty VEC here. And here we collect. And then finally we can put an async move block here, where we use the logs here to create the message first of all. This is another OK. And then we just do for event in conversation events, events, and event. And this just needs to be proto ID. And now everything is happy. It's more complicated than before, but it does mean that the read guard will be held for much more briefly, which is very good. Now, how about the next one? One over to the other one too. You thought your project would take a few weeks, you might be done this weekend. Which project is that? Oh, thank you, Smiling Big! I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Oh yeah, I remember that, Vika. Yeah. I'm doing well, thank you, Smiling Big. How are you? Okay, now I think this whole thing, the whole thing here is just the async block. You found you have a RUST app at your work that you use in your pipelines. What does it do? Well, why do you think it's a bad use of Rust? And I think the same thing here. This is also just an entire async block. Logs, reg user ID, logs, and events. Oh, so you mean like it's like too simple and too small a task to be worth using Rust for? Honestly, you're probably right, yeah. I don't know why this needs an explicit lifetime. It's kind of strange. Oh, it's because of this, right? Oh no, it's not. Never mind, whatever. CV-driven development, I love that. I love that term. Did you just coin that term? I mean, it's a very good term, though. I'm gonna say you came up with it and give you all the credit. You are very welcome. Okay, all of these become a rec user ID. All of self events become events. Oh, this one's actually going to be interesting to refactor. That's one for the CV, right? They are invented CV-driven development. True. Big true. Okay, so these two... Right, so it only conditionally... Okay, so if the user doesn't exist, it returns error not found, that's fine. If the user does exist, it sees whether a conversation already exists and returns that ID. Otherwise, it creates a new one. Yeah, I think we have to create a vec here. Probably, but that's fine. We just do let conversation events vec new. Here we just push has to be mutable. That's fine. And same thing here. This just becomes a push. And then in the async block, we just do for this, and we just do events, send event. That's it. And this just returns okay. Cool. Perfect. One more explicit lifetime that I don't know why we need, but that's okay. But that's okay. These we copy to here. Async goes away. All of these asyncs go away. These are all pretty much the same. So I will copy them all over. This, and it's here. Something's unhappy. What is unhappy? Where did you come from? Alright. This just is async move EU. Same thing here. And two more. And the last one finally. I forgot to put OKs here. Right. No question mark here. Now the only errors remaining are in the generated code. Ah, of course. Because request handler is no longer from request. This we will fix next time. As much as I would love to finish this up today, I do unfortunately have to get to bed. Thank you so much for being here and spending time with me while we have fun with Rust. I appreciate you all so much, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. If you haven't yet, I would appreciate you leaving a follow so we can chat again tomorrow. Make sure to check out these links. Follow me on YouTube. Check out the Discord. Let me know if you have a preferred raid target. Whom shall we raid? Whom shall we raid? Lily, calm down. Sure, we can raid Chris. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you again tomorrow. Thank you all so much for your company. Oh, I love Rust. I love Rust. Bye-bye for now, friends. See you tomorrow. Thank you for being here.